Are we ready? Well, I know I am. So, whether or not you are, it's time for another episode of the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Hey, my name is Adam. You are the Pixel Pals. I've already said the name of the show, so without further ado, it's time to go. Welcome, everyone, to the Tuesday edition of the stream. Today, we've got a bit of a grab bag of game development for you on Insignia. We can do a bunch of different tasks, and I'm going to throw it to you, chat, to tell me kind of like what you're interested in seeing, and we'll work on that. We have had a couple of meetings this morning with the audio team. That went well. I have nothing else to say since yesterday. Just been chipping away at the game. I want to say a big welcome to everybody who's here in chat already. Robin Rhombushead, Pochetina. And for the first time, I am the Smeagol. Welcome. Also, a big thank you to anybody who's lurking on YouTube. Tony Chopper, how you doing? And big thanks also to most recent follower, Molly Lander, and most recent subscriber, The Cool Square. These are my high-powered glasses, and I'm going to take them off now. Swap them for my streaming glasses, my computer glasses, which are low-powered but high style. Welcome. Good to see you all. So, I am feeling pretty good today. Actually, I've been feeling really tired. I barely got up this morning. It was hot, and I think I might have just, I don't know, I think I just haven't been sleeping too well, but I have had a lot of caffeine in the last hour, so I'm imagining that's going to keep me going for most of the stream. Hey, Yawose, I'm doing well. All right, I've been working on little bits and pieces, and I'm at risk of like procrastinating a little bit here. So, updates. Wolverine, animations, let's just commit that. And now I'm going to throw it to you, chat. Why don't you tell me what you're interested in seeing me work on today, and I will give you a short list of things that you can pick from. So let's take a look. here's the things we can do. We can work on combat-related stuff for the demo. We could work on new boss fight. Or just chapter 2, I guess. We could work on city background art. We can work on chapter 2 story, cutscenes. We could work on future chapter content. 3 to 5. Hey, Counselor Drama. What is your system in your game? What is your system? I'm not sure what you mean. Do you mean like... Yeah, what do you mean? Hey, Saravati, thank you so much for the sub. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Any thoughts from the Peanut Gallery? What do you reckon? City background art, new boss fight. Let me just, let me tally these up. 1, 2 for the new boss fight, or chapter 2 boss fight. City background art is 2. Level system, experience system. It's kind of like a Metroidvania style, so its ability unlocks other progression. And you get those by exploring the corners of the world. Hey, Moto Jojo, this is Figma. I think we got city background art 3 votes, so we'll work on that. And then maybe later we'll work on chapter 2 boss fight. If there's any other things that you're interested in seeing, let me know. Cool. So the city background art, what I'm working on at the moment for that is, let's go put it on here. Working on background pixel art. So I have this test scene that I've been working on to build, hey Sleeping Pixels, to build out the kind of solution for this. And I think it's coming along really well. So this is basically to do a whole city in pixel art. The goal is to kind of have a varying degree of reuse of assets based on how far from the camera those assets are. That's kind of the strategy. So the things way off in the back will be either only designed once and reused in every scene. That's basically what's going to happen. And then as we get to the front, those things will only be seen in a single scene and they will never get reused. So like these buildings should be unique. But then back here, the Palisades, you'll see in every single scene in the city. And things like this alleyway, I kind of want to mostly reuse. So maybe the trees will be different in each alley, but the alley itself, the side buildings that make up that alley, I think we can mostly copy paste. Because what's important about this is the effect, not whether the buildings are unique. One thing I might change is what's happening back here. These big buildings, they might be different every time we see one of these alleys. But what that basically means is that I want to turn the alley into an asset. So I have created a little naming convention for this. I call it Cheverton Misty. And then lane is what this is called. So that's the lane. This is the asset that we use. And the idea will be that I'll have, basically, if we go back to the game, there will be assets that frame, there's like hang on, I can draw this for you. Actually, I can't draw it for you because my tablet is all screwed up. Hang on a second. I was going to reset the driver before I started streaming. Let me see if I can get this going. No, the Wacom driver is broken. That's really annoying. There is a manual way to force it. Let me see if I can Google that really quickly. Yep. Yep. I think I can do this. Services, that's actually already right. And then Wacom tablet services right down the bottom. WA, that's I there. And then restart. That's how we fix it, I think. And then, hey, we're back. Okay, good. So the idea here is for us to have basically like the unique buildings. So those are like the ones that look like this, you know, they've got like something going on here. That's a building at the front. And there'll be, you know, a few of these at the very front. And these are unique. Then we'll have like a street behind, right? So that looks like this, and then another one here, and these have basically rooftops. That's what makes them interesting and unique. It might even be one asset that just scrolls that I mask out. And then we have our alleyway or our lane. So back, neighborhood. This is the street. And then this is the alley. And the alley has inside of it all of the layers that we need for the far background. So that's the approach that I'm going to take to build out the whole city. And I can multiply those. I can have multiple alleys here and there. And I can have different scenes. So I can say, okay, here's a new scene. It's got an alley. And it's got, you know, maybe it's got 2 alleys, or it's got 1 alley. And it's got the buildings either side. And then like one building that you need to interact with, or multiple buildings or whatever. So it's basically just going to play off like that. There might be one large building here, you know, and then a couple of smaller ones or something. Maybe no alley, as we like. So in order to make that alley asset, I have created this, and it's mostly good. It mostly does exactly what I want it to do. It definitely looks right. It has the levels of depth. Let's get Ace Brush in here. Pretty good. So the goal here is to now start blocking these out as I've got them in groups, and then thinking about the way those groups kind of will become. The groups are going to become individual sprites. That's how that works. So let me just fill that in and then fill that in. Very good. Beautiful. So, like, this is the far background. Then there's this, which I can't see at all doing anything, so I'll delete that. What is that actually? Let's hide everything else except for this. I can't see anything. So delete it. That's good. That's good. That's good. This, however, cannot be here because we're not always going to have this wall. That's good. That's good. This is unnecessary. Delete that. Unnecessary. Delete that. Unnecessary. Delete that. So these are the layers that we need for our alley. So I'll just call these like, even like just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Even that is probably fine. I don't think I need them to be called anything special. I could do like, I mean, even calling them tree or doing anything like that is not great. They're really just layers of depth. I'll give them code names. There we go. And then I have a script where when I press Control-Shift-E, it should auto export as a script layer groups. So what that means is if I go over to here and I say Misty Lane, we have to wait. If I go Misty Lane, then I'll get this folder, and the folder now has all of those layers as separate sprites. Even if they were groups in a folder, they've just sort of been flattened and exported, which is great. So now I'm going to essentially recreate this, but just with the layers that I want. And because I have this larger version, I could probably just copy and paste it, drag it over here, and then take 5 of the layers that I really want. So I don't need that one. I do need that one. This is going to be 1, 2. This is going to be 3. This is going to be 4. And this is going to be 5, I believe. I think that's right. Then everything from here forward doesn't need to be there. And then I'll call this Misty Lane. So what I have going on here is essentially like it's a game object, and then underneath each of the, like all the child components is one layer each. And I've got them spread out across the Z-axis because I use that Z-axis to determine the parallax value. So when the game is running, they're not really that far away in terms of the camera. The camera can't tell. But I, as an editor, want to see how far away I think they're going to look. And then I have a script that determines like how far each thing looks based on how far away it is. Hey, Angrather. So now the goal would be to replace these Misty background with Lane. These need to be first converted into individual sprites. Ding, 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 ding. Single, apply. And then I can go to here and say Lane 1. Washed. Perfect. This becomes Lane 2, parallel. Lane 3, far. Lane 4, mid. And then lane 5, near. Sweet. So now we hope we could just copy this and put it somewhere and have it behave the same no matter what. Now, I don't think that's where I would want the zone camera to be. I think I want it to be at just like that, right where the player character is going to be. And I can shrink this down to like 4 and 3 or something like that if I really want to do that. Maybe even bring this up. So now I could just hide this all together if I want. Take the lane and just paste it like right here. And then hopefully it behaves more or less the same. Now it's not quite right because I think maybe the anchor is not, the anchor's not aligned to it. So if I take this away and move it there and then bring it up to about where the camera's going to be there, I think that's better. Wait, that's a different lane. This one. You there. Anchor is in the right spot. Yeah, let's try that. Much better. Cool. So now I could create as many of these as I want and reuse them. I can do one here and one here and one here. Not that I would ever do that, but we'll see if it works. Yeah, pretty good. The only problem is obviously that that the further away we are, the harder it is to sort of have it look good. Because I haven't created, obviously, the assets off to the side. So you can see here, like this building and this building, when we look over here, look how far apart they are. And there's nothing there. So it's not something that I could definitely put something there. I could flesh out this tree and stuff like that. But the goal would be to not do that. The goal would be to instead try and have these exist in separation. That is a challenge though. I'll see if I can fix it at some point. So let's go to background, type prefab, and then find out where we placed all of these. So we've got prefab's environment. I'm going to make a new one and call it Cheverton. And then I'm going to take Misty Lane and put it there. Misty prototype. Toggle it on, put it there as well. If I turn down the parallax value, it won't have the same effect, unfortunately. I'll show you what it would look like. So the goal is, the further back something is, the less it moves when we move, right? If you think about a mountain way off in the background, if you move 100 meters, to the side, the mountain still looks like it looks like it's in the same spot. But it's when the camera moves, that's what we need to be careful of. So if, in this case, I've got like a camera, like a position that is effectively holding us in the same spot. If I take it away, you can see it's not the background moving that throws it off. It's actually the foreground moving. It's this stuff moving so far to the left or right that it exposes the parts of the background. The background's mostly staying put. If you look at it, if I put my mouse here, as I move, see how they're not moving that far, but the stuff in the foreground is slipping way more relative to that stuff in the background. So I could push that stuff in the background further back or further forward. If I wanted it to feel like it was moving, more similarly to the foreground, I could bring it forward. But my concern there would be that it just wouldn't be as convincing. It just wouldn't look as good. Like, I can bring everything way, way, way more forward if you want. But the sense of scale would be off. You wouldn't get the sense that it was really far away. You'd get the sense that it was sort of near. Especially if I brought the background forward like this. Something didn't work out then. These ones need to be here. So now it looks like these buildings are all closer and smaller as a result. That's the tough part. So if I bring it all like really close, trying to bring it closer, you sort of lose the sense. It still works, but now those look like tiny buildings not that far away. So a lot of what makes parallax works. You think it works? It's okay. I mean, it works in the sense that it doesn't break as easily, but I don't think it feels as grand as it did before. I have to turn off the zone camera though to make it work. Yeah. But it's tough. That's why I have the zone camera though. The camera fixes the vignette so that it keeps it tight. You know, we could allow a little bit more. Up to about maybe there. That's still okay. But any more than that and you start to see the seams. Okay. So, I'm happy with it. And now the goal is to also take the other aspects of this and turn them into assets too. So like this here, in this version, goes a little bit further than in this version. If I go to the lane, bring it back. Okay, notice how over here, we only have like just the front of these two buildings, whereas here we've got a little bit more. What I want is to probably, I mean, the best thing to do would be to turn these into like full buildings. That would be the ideal. I kind of cut off the thing there, didn't I? Maybe I could go further out. Just enough to show the full buildings. Or I just remove this layer altogether. Just don't show it. We'll get to that. Okay. So the goal now is to essentially build out something that is that I can treat as almost like a tile set. Just like scale, 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 and get more and more and more buildings as I go. That's what I want. So I used to have something like this back in the day. Well, I still have it in the levels, and I'll show you what it looks like right now. It's not very... There's something about it that's not quite right. So we're going to find out kind of why, what we did wrong the first time. That's it there. This was what I did before. I think the problem here is I mean, it certainly doesn't look bad. It just doesn't look as congruent with everything else. It doesn't coalesce properly. So I think if I just do what I was doing, if I just take the, where are you? This. If I just take all of these buildings and just put them on a new file and build them out across, it's probably going to be fine, just like that. So let's do like 1,000 pixels. You need smooth camera movement. I think I have smooth camera movement. I think I have it. So one of the challenges here is going to be about perspective. At the moment, this is drawn to be, like these are drawn to be either side of an alley where the center of the view is here so that we can see the left and right side of these buildings, well, the right and left side of these buildings respectively, because they're either side of us. But if we're over here, well, you would want to see that instead of that. So this, for now, if I wanted this to be an asset, I'd probably want to flip it, right? Edit, flip horizontal. And that now lives along the same plane as this. I guess what we would do is we would do a mirrored version. But then my issue is I've got different lighting. So this is blue and this is white because different kinds of light is hitting them. But maybe I'll just ignore that and make all of the insides blue so I can flip it a little bit more easily. There's also a couple of layers here. So I think what I want to do is separate them. Which is not that hard because all of this is crappy anyway. So we've got foreground and background layer. And this actually, I want it to be probably another foreground element too. Okay. So, thankfully, it's not that hard to recolor this stuff. It's kind of not that critical, you know, because these buildings aren't really in the like line of sight of the player for the most part. Like we're not really looking at them. It's more about the colors, kind of as like, just think of them as like, you know, people who do. My parents have these beautiful paintings in their house that are like the size of postage cards. Let me see if I can find this stuff. There's an artist, he must be Australian, who paints with a toothpick. So this one here is the closest thing I can see to what I'm describing, where you can see how like you're getting, it's like impressionism. You're getting like blobs that represent surfaces, but you're not really getting detail on the surfaces. It's more just the impression of surfaces. So, well, that's what we're trying to do with the backgrounds here. We're just trying to get a sense of where the light is catching. We're not really trying to say this face of this edge of the building is supposed to be, you know, this deep, and so we should see a shadow there. That's not relevant because that's not where our eye is, right? These things are like sitting back here somewhere. You might just catch, like back here, you're just catching surfaces. It's not details. So as we create this, the goal is to really try and step back from those, from that obsession with perfection, and instead just look at what we see and try to create impressions, right? It's not depth and detail. It's just shapes, really. And that's hard for me because I am very detail oriented. I love details, but here we're kind of just trying to step away from that. I suppose that's true, Gangs Robin. So like in reality, like, or like in being practical, the way we should think about these is also as if, from like this level of detail, like I should be way further back from the screen and probably even just leaning back, trying to just get away from that fixation on the individual pixels. Make the brush size like as big as you want it. And just flesh out blobs. It's one of the biggest mistakes that I think new pixel artists make, is that they sit here and they go, okay, I'm making pixel art. I have 16 pixels. I'm drawing a face. Oh, is that symmetrical? Oh, yeah, yeah, no, perfect. And now I pick another color and I draw more of the face. Like it's just not, you're never going to get here if you're doing that. And it's not that that's bad, but that's only going to result in, very specific kinds of art you'll be able to create doing that. If you want to make like the spaceships in Space Invaders, you could do that, Atari style graphics. But anything bigger, you're going to start needing to be able to paint and draw. And to understand perspective and everything else. One of the things I really want to do is have buildings where they're sort of overhanging from the front. And maybe wider too. From back here though. From downtown. Let's keep that door shut. Well, I mean, yeah, like, and I do think of myself as like a digital artist first. Pixel art is, it's an amazing discipline, and it's great for actually learning those other skills. But you do need the other skills. There's other stuff here too, like this thing about Blizzard, I think, has this saying of like no straight lines. And I think it's one of those things where if you're trying to create character in a design, you need to be able to communicate aspects of that character that go beyond the pure architectural intent of the design, beyond the function, and instead talk a little bit more about where, right? Like, how has this thing been used over its lifetime? what has happened to it since it was constructed. That's why we have no straight lines in design. It's because things fade and they sink and they get old, and that's a story. I mean, you can have a story about like a fresh building, a building that was just constructed, but that story it can't be the story of every building. Otherwise it feels like a set, it doesn't feel like an actual world. So the no straight lines thing is a very good way of at least just starting down that road and going, okay, there is a history here. There's wear and tear, and we can have a discussion about what happened to this building. Even the idea that like the buildings weren't planned as they are. They weren't planned to be 3 stories high. They grew to be 3 stories high because they ran out of space on the street. Real estate became really, really expensive. So they were forced to build upwards. That's a really cool idea. One sec, just got a text. Okay. The same brown? No. So even here, just saying like, okay, this part is facing down, so it's darker. Like that's enough. You don't even need to do much more than that. Yeah. Ultimately, this is probably as far as it needs to go. I might just do a little bit of something here, just to define some more shape. In fact, let's pick this brown and go dirt, 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 dirt. I kind of want this hourglass shape. I don't know why, it just looks cool, I think. And yeah, let's copy that a bunch of times. We might need to go tighter. Later in the stream, I want to do a shout out to a game that I played over the weekend. I met the developer of this game at a meetup group on Friday. And I just thought the pixel art was really cool. And they're currently doing a Steam playtest demo just like I am. And I want to give them a bit of a boost because I think they would benefit from it. Not that I have like a major audience here on Twitch or on YouTube in these channels watching the streams, but anything I can do to help would be awesome for them. Hey, Tiger Ninja Power. Can we fill this up? I think I like the white. I suppose it has a sense of like curtains, even if it's like stucco. I suppose if I do this, it'll look more like what it's supposed to. We could bring that up. Yeah, that's cool. And then do the same here. Sweet. Yeah, like that's all that needs to be, really. Can I show that art on stream? I'll show you the game on stream. I'll show you the whole thing. I actually haven't played it before, but I've seen it be played a few times. And it's a game that combines a bunch of elements that I really like, that I've experimented with before as a game dev, but never really committed on. So I'm excited to play it and see if they solved some of the challenges that I identified with these genres. I know I'm sounding very cryptic right now. Sweet, yeah, that's great. Yeah, I'm in a position now with this game. I've been realizing it over time, but significantly much more in the last little month or two, that if I'm ever going to finish this, I need to be so efficient. And it's so easy. It's going to be so easy for this to blow out of proportion. I mean, it already is, you know, in a wide proportion. But yeah, no, I really need to like not waste a single brush stroke as we get closer. Insignia is a shoe-in. Oh, there is a shoe-in Insignia. It has a shoe-in. Yo, Bob. Yeah, I can do some clickers for you. Let's do it. Wait a second. What was that I just... Cracks. That's cool. I don't know what I used that for. I don't know why that exists. All right. One sec. Are you ready? The trot dance. It's time for clinkers. What color is it going to be? I think it's going to be pink, green, or yellow. And you guessed pink. It's green. Sorry, buddy. Not this time. Just like that, hopes and dreams dashed. Alrighty. Let's do another one. We're going to do tons of these. I'm thinking very tall and kind of like maybe... That's right. It's my new weight loss program is virtualize my virtualize clinkers. But I kind of want there to be a bit more of like a circular aspect to this one. Maybe even, maybe like a central sort of tower bit. That's kind of cool. And then this goes off like that. And then actually a really shallow foundation. Hey, Sponge, thank you so much for the sub. And then we have like, so a very narrow building that goes out very wide. And then because of that, it needs like posts underneath it or something like that. Okay. I can see YouTube chat, SWAT kid. I can see it. Don't you worry. How do you handle the sizing of these buildings in the game? Since they aren't in like a 32 by 32 tile size, if that makes sense. They are essentially just whatever I want. There is no tile set for this part of the game. These are intended to be like a scrolling asset. So it's literally whatever I want. And there's no penalty for doing it, any way I like. Don't worry, I see you. It's okay. I know it's not obvious that I can see you because it's not showing up in the stream VOD, but it mostly comes down to the fact that I cannot, because of my Twitch contract, I cannot show YouTube and Twitch at the same time, and the Twitch users have to have a version of the chat that is not compromised relative to anybody else's. So if I show YouTube, then technically Twitch users are getting a second there's kind of some logic about it. I don't know the exact way to describe it, but basically it needs to be this way. Unless I'm wrong, which I could be. Wait, they changed it? Did they really? Primogen might have a separate contract because he's a much bigger streamer than me. It's possible his contract is different, but maybe they changed it. If they did, if anyone wants to do the research on it, I'd be happy to show YouTube chat in the VOD. Yes, that's the terminology, second-class citizen. I think I thought that Twitch wanted that to be the case. That was the intention, but maybe it's different these days. Now I'm confused. Now I'm not so sure. If other streamers are doing it, if every streamer jumped off a bridge, would you do it, Adam? Yeah, if other streamers are doing it, I'm happy to do it. I don't want anyone on YouTube feeling like a second-class citizen. Okay. I think this could be brought in a little bit more. And then push that out a little bit more on that side. I suppose that's not really right, is it? Because this then needs to be... I guess I could shrink that. Like that. And then there you go. Now you take this color here, put it there. This color here, you could kind of just go like this and then streak it across there. Now you get that sense of the overhang. And then I want windows here and here, maybe even facing out this way. And then I want maybe like maybe just on the end here. That's fun. And then like one timber beam down the middle. Maybe another one. And another one. And then we could do some fanciness here. That's too much. That's better. Bring this up here so we get like a second thicker panel. And then I was thinking maybe we could even spread these out this way. Nice. They announced it in last month. Is that right? Could you link me to that? I'll do it like literally right now if I can. That news escaped me. I think people were already doing it. You just crocked it. Wow. I can't trust that, but I do trust you. Well, I don't trust you, but I trust that it's true enough for me to check. One sec. So we want this orange kind of like here, through there, to there, to there. And then we want probably another layer of that lighter orange here, to there, to there, to there. That's beautiful. I'd live there. And maybe I put the front door like here instead, off to the side. Well, to grok means to understand. It is a word with a meaning. When someone says like, oh, I was trying to grok that lecture, that research paper, it means like, get your head around. In Australia, that's what we would say instead. I was trying to get my head around it. So another thing that I'm missing here that I need to do more of, or a better job of, is perspective. So up here, right now, we're drawing this as if we are orthographically infinitely far with infinitely zooming, right? We're like, there is no perspective. But what we want to do is make this look like we're looking up at it. So if we're down here looking up at this, then this, at least to like here, needs to be sort of feeling like it's like tipping down. So like this can go down by a pixel. This can go down by a pixel. This slope here should be lower than that there. And then I think that should go down. It's not much. It's just a little bit to give this hint that, like, you know, where we are beneath this, looking up at it. Like this here, this line, this diagonal line there. I don't think I did a good job of it yet. I don't know what I'm doing here. I suppose every construction line needs to also follow that same form. But it also needs to get smaller. This is actually not trivial. Hang on. This takes a bit longer than I was hoping it would. It's more like that. Yeah, that's better. Yeah, and then this comes down this way. Yo, thank you so much for the follow. Superwave TV. The camera is above, so like the subject is here, right? That's where the character is, but the camera is like here. So this, I would say the camera's midline is there, maybe even more like here. So from the camera, obviously in our position on the X and Y axis, but on the Z axis, it's like there. It's like a little bit above the player character. So everything north of it needs to, the perspective comes down towards it because the horizon is about there. That's probably the better way of thinking about it. The horizon is there. So every line, if we were drawing construction lines, this can be nice and flat, but then everything from there starts going up like this. So, you know, here we've got like a little bit of a slope, bit more of a slope, bit more of a slope, bit more of a slope as you go up. So that's what I'm trying to do here. And so I'm just thinking about like, okay, how much of the underside of this roof would you see? The more I show you that, the more it looks like it's above us. I think it works quite well there, you know. And it's not perfect. It just needs to be consistent with what you're trying to do, you know, as long as you have something consistent. I'd love to even take that and do like that with it. I don't think I'm going to get away with it. It must be better if I do it like this. Less risk that something's going to go wrong or be out of step. But if I can show the edge of the timber, that might give it some depth. I love it. Moving on. I need more. Let's first have a look at this Grok research announcement on, where are we at? 4230.
Go ahead, and for many people here, you may not be thinking about this, but I know some will be. I want to talk about an issue that's come up on X recently regarding multicasting and putting combined chat on your stream during multicasting. Okay, so when we changed our policy and allowed multicasting, one of the provisions we included in the community guidelines was wording that prohibited prohibited shared chat. Now, there are two reasons we had done this at the time. First, we didn't want any third parties building apps that would be taking our chat and using it elsewhere or injecting into the chat. Because of course, the chat is a huge part of Twitch. The experience in chat is a huge part of Twitch. We didn't want to get stuff from other streams coming into Twitch, so that was a part of it. The other issue in terms of putting it on screen was one of the concerns we had was that since we spend a fair amount of time ensuring that we have lots of controls in terms of managing chat, and we don't control what happens on other platforms. If somebody comes into your chat and says something that's a violation of our community guidelines, we can suspend them and take action so that they can't keep doing that. So that way it doesn't put the burden on you. We don't know what happens on other platforms, and we were worried that it would become an attack vector basically to get people suspended from Twitch, was to go and
it's plausible.
Do stuff in the chat on other platforms, because in the end, you're responsible what is on that screen, and it's UGC content. So
This is generated content.
in this, this is something that in most cases we had not been proactively managing or policing putting combined chat on screen, but it was the case that if a report was made, then we were issuing warnings. And that was what happened recently for Giguk. And I don't think, in hindsight, we've definitely heard the feedback. And so to be clear, we are updating our enforcement guidelines to make sure we are not issuing enforcement actions for integrating combined chat on the video from your stream, such as what happened with Giguk and what he was doing when he received the warning. Now, it's important to note the streamer is still taking responsibility for what happens in the chat from third-party platforms, since we don't control that. So sorry about the confusion. Thanks for the feedback. And now, Mary.
Wait, what? I don't know if that means the terms of service have changed. It sounds like they just said they're not policing it. Like it's up to you. I don't think it's simulcasting, is it? Can I use third-party tools to combine activity from other platforms, such as chat, if I'm just using them for my personal usage? I don't know if that makes sense. Is it simulcasting? All right. Well, shall we do it then? Do you want to? I think we could do it. It sounds like that to me makes me feel like if I'm responsible, I'm happy to take on that responsibility. So how do I do that? I think I might be able to literally just press a button in Streamlabs. If I log in. I just want to see how possible it is actually, because I don't know if Streamlabs is smart enough to know. Got a chat box. Do. Okay. Now my question is, can I combine? Hey, thank you so much for the sub. Widget URL, chat box. Okay, platforms, Twitch. There's no additional options there, but because there's a platforms checkbox, it makes me think that add platform to Streamlabs. Add destination. Okay, I think I can do this right now. One moment. It might be an ultra setting. Oh no, I can add Twitch to here. Sorry, this might take me a second. Okay, now I got a chat box and it just worked straight away. Hello? Does people want to start typing on YouTube and on Twitch? Somebody on YouTube type, testing YouTube. We'll see if that works. That'd be sick if it works straight away. Maybe I'll try it. Oh. Not seeing it just yet. Ah! I know why. I merged the wrong account. Ah, no. I merged my main account. Let me fix that. I'll fix it. I think it's still this, but I have to switch. This is the one that I want. Sorry. Continue. Okay. Try now. Sorry. Try now. Hey, we did it. We merged chat. That was actually insanely painless. Welcome. Welcome to the new world. Gee, that was literally... I couldn't imagine a world where that was easier. I just literally signed in on Streamlabs to my YouTube account, and that's it. I didn't even change the panel. Okay, there you go. Lucky ducks. Squeaky wheel, etc. TikTok says on my phone, you have been invited to Fly the Falcon. Gift Master Campaign Rewards Upgrade. What does that mean, chat? What does it mean? Gift Master. Fly the Falcon. What the hell is this? I don't know what any of that means. I was also thinking of cross streaming as well soon to TikTok. That's something that I'm interested in exploring it. All right, next one. I'm thinking now we do small building. Little guy. Beep, bop, beep, bop, beep, bop. Hey, Gal Green just subscribed on YouTube. Is that what just happened? New YouTube subscriber? Welcome, Gal. Hey, thanks for the follow. Thank you. I know it's a different thing. Subscriptions mean different things on different platforms. That it is what it is. I can't change that, unfortunately. But we know what we mean. They're just as I'm just as grateful for their subscription, whether it's free or paid. That's totally fine by me. No need to demean them. Thank you for your sub. Oh, demeaning yourself because it's you? Well, that's fine then. You are permitted. I know him. He's me. There is an opulent fountain. That's coming. I mean, it's already in the game. It's just not in this scene. Yo, if anybody happens to be watching on Twitch who is not subscribed on YouTube but uses YouTube, I would super appreciate it if you were to throw a sub my way. It would be very helpful. I've sort of not really been promoting the streaming channel, and I'm actually kind of enjoying building it from scratch, but at the same time, I've kind of got to, I have a responsibility here to make as much noise about the things that I do as possible. We are almost at 1,000 subs on YouTube on the new channel, which is teeny tiny, but still pretty good. I mean, honestly, for what for doing no promotion and getting like 20 plus, concurrent viewers every day, I'm actually pretty happy with that. 20 concurrents is like more than a lot of channels get on YouTube. It's more than a lot of channels get on Twitch. Is your stream page different from your regular YouTube channel? It is, yeah. I stream on a different channel these days. Sometimes I wonder if that was the right choice. I think it is. I think it is the right choice. But it does mean needing to do a bit extra promotion. Yo, thanks for the sub. Thank you, thank you. You a real one. Thank you. Wow. Samuel Peterson, thank you so much. They're rolling in. I appreciate it. Thank you. This is so cute, this little house. Look at this little cutie. Maybe I could live in this one. This needs to have a window for sure. But over here, I was using a brighter timber color at some point. Might be too much. Maybe just for this section, but only up to here. Pretty cute. But door's shut. Cutie patootie house. The patootie house. What kind of content do you push to your main YouTube? Well, main YouTube is a much bigger channel, and it is mostly game dev tutorials, pixel art tutorials, essays, that kind of stuff. I have been feeling really down about it actually recently, the YouTube channel, mostly because it's such an investment to make content, and I don't want to force myself to make content unless I feel it. And I've been so busy with the game that it just always feels like an afterthought on YouTube. I have been working on some new videos. I've got like 2 in the works that I think are awesome. Like the content I want to make is great. It's just like they would require a lot more energy to. They're all script-based ones. Like in the past, a lot of the tutorials are unscripted, whereas these would be like more essay style or like research style. So scripted with, arguments made and examples given and or even just documentation, or describing some sort of specific thing that I built or that I learned about, or something like that. Somewhere between a vlog and like research. But they require a bit of time. For showing your game, does Steam key work with fine? If it's a small game. If it's a small one, yeah. I think what I'll do is I'll put all of these on their own layers. So that's 1. 2. 3. 4. 5. And the idea here is that it means that I can sort of bring them a little closer together. And I'll put them in order of closest to furthest. Yeah, I can do that. Have I considered hiring an editor? I don't have the money for an editor, unfortunately. Yeah, I've been... unfortunately, like, the YouTube channel has never been big enough to bring in the revenue to hire an editor. That's just not where we've been at. Even with like 200k, 250k subs, it's just not enough to build like a full-on, you know, like to have, what's the word? Enough revenue to fund like me making the content and then someone else editing it. It's not there. YouTube revenue is pretty good, but it's not that good. Unless your content is getting, like if I was doing 100k a week videos, like if every week my content was pulling 100k views for every video, yeah, we probably could then. What's the game about? The game is an action-adventure game. It's a side-scrolling kind of Metroidvania, Zelda-like style game. And you play as the son of a blacksmith who, well, went missing about a year ago. And so now it's your responsibility to sort of take up his role and discover what happened to your father, to learn the trade of blacksmithing. And there's a kind of a main quest that sees you thwarting a plot to overthrow the kingdom. So yeah, it's my game. It started out as a solo project. There's now 5 of us, and I'm looking to expand it a little further. The core mechanics are built around basically the idea of stealing enemy abilities to use them as platforming abilities. That's the core concept. So I'll give you an example. Skip that. So we can't jump very high, but this snake, we can bounce on him and get much higher. If we kill him, we can go and do that on our own. So now we can get up here using the snake's ability that we stole from him. Same thing with this hedgehog. He charged at us. Now we can charge at him. and you get to keep it for the rest of the level once you claim it from them. So now I can get across here by charging across. But you can only have one of each color at a time. So that green ability I can use to gear, but this other green ability that the dandelion dropped, that one is like a backflip, but it scales up walls. So now I have to use them in combination. Yeah, like Kirby, exactly. You'll get it on Steam when it's out. There is a Steam page right now. You can wishlist the game. Am I looking to work with a publisher? I have spoken with multiple publishers now over the course of development. And even as recently as last October, I was chatting with some really big names. I do want to work with them, but I want to work with them on terms that are, I think, what I hope is fair to me for having taken so much risk in the first place. And I think for where publishing is right now, for the most part, that seems to be the way to get that kind of relationship with a publisher, is to be almost finished when making those contracts. So if I can fund the game without a publisher, but then take on a publisher just to publish it, self-fund with a publisher seems like what will work the most. And I am looking to get some outside funding currently through a first-party platform, if that works out. There's some discussions happening at the moment that I'm not in full control of. And if that doesn't work, then Kickstarter is my next kind of like goal. I hope to have an answer to that question in the next like 3 weeks. I'll know whether or not I am going to be going through Kickstarter or via some other external funding. I think we could do another. Well, I mean, if I look at the base buildings, they are actually quite big. We might not even see these other ones. Yeah, that's going to be tough. Maybe these all need to be taller. I hope to know soon, that soon. Yeah, I think so. I don't have any guarantees, but that's like what would be nice for me. I was kind of told, I was given some sort of some insights. And so it's sort of more like a promise that I have. I don't have like actual deadline answers or anything like that. I would love to have them. I would love to have like proper answers, but I don't at the moment. But I will need to know soon, because the thing is, this is the challenge of being a game director. For me to be able to work on the rest of the game in a timely manner, this is kind of where we're at. I want to set a release date. That's my goal. For me to set a release date, I need to know what my resources are. I need to know how many people I can employ. I need to know who I can allocate those tasks to. And that is something that I can do, but I can't do it if I don't know who I can pay, right? Like ultimately, that's just it. That's the ultimate bottleneck, is knowing how much money I have to spend. And So right now, that's extremely dependent on where that funding comes from. But my team who I work with, like currently on the project, they also are only funded. They're funded by me directly. So I pay them from my own pocket at the moment, and their contracts they will run out eventually. So we've been going chapter by chapter, and that was very functional for chapter 1 because the kind of like, what's the word? The output for chapter 1 was the demo. And so having like a clear milestone that I could set contracts for, and then when the contract is done, we pay the funds and that's it, end of engagement. That was very simple. Chapter 2 has been a little bit harder because there is no milestone at the end of chapter 2. Like, we're not going to release chapter 2 as a demo, like necessarily the way we did chapter 1. That's not the point. So chapter 2 might be ongoing in development until like it's almost ready to release, the whole game. I might still be working on chapter 2 stuff after chapter 1 is after like the end of the game is almost finished. So in that sense, it was a little bit harder to define those contracts, but like even harder still is I need to be able to change those contracts for the rest of the game because I don't want to be working chapter by chapter. So I need to be able to say, hey, like my sound designer, Elias, like, hey, Elias, I want you on for the rest of the game, 3, 4, 5, and until we ship. What's that going to cost? And I kind of roughly know what that would cost. I can budget it, but again, if I don't know how much money I have, I can't draw up that contract for him. So I almost can't do anything from like the end of this month or like mid next month. I kind of can't do anything if I don't know what we're working with. Like I can't even keep my current team on. So that puts me in the unenviable position of trying to be a little bit, it's like I have to be patient on one hand, very important, but I also have to be pushing things. I have to be kind of rushing a little bit, but I'm not in control of the pace of those things either. So I don't really get what I want right now, unfortunately. I wish I did. Wish I had more space and more control, but I just don't. It would make me very happy if I got to. So yeah, I really don't want, what I certainly don't want to do is have 2 more funding rounds, because I don't have a smart milestone or like a reasonable milestone that I would use for that second last one. Like if we were to say, hey, let's just solve it for now. Let's just get the funding solved for right now. I don't have like, what would we work towards? What would be the end goal of the second last funding milestone? I could say maybe we work towards just getting the credits out or something like that. But I don't, again, frustratingly, game dev doesn't like to be done this way. Game dev is not, it's not best carried out where you say, we will do up to this point. Here are all the assets we'll need. So budget them and then do them and then we'll be done. Instead, it's much more iterative. It likes to be, let's try this, let's gray box that, let's just, get scrappy with it, put something together, play test that thing, determine whether it needs to change or not. And then if it doesn't need to change, then we can go ahead with defining the assets. If it does need to change, we keep iterating until we know that it's good and we want to put it in front of players, then we do the assets. So the contracts themselves need to like the best way for a contract to be shaped for a team that works that way is closer to employment than contracting. It's closer to, I've got you on retainer for a year and a half, and we're going to make the best game we can make in a year and a half, and you'll just do whatever I say, whatever the process demands. That's what you'll be working on. That's kind of the ideal way to do it, you know, like they were employees in a studio. You know, if we were going to do it that way, that's how we'd want to do it. And so the closest way I get to that shape is by getting all of the rest of the funding in one go. Then I can say, this is how much money we have, and we will make whatever game we can inside of that funding, and we'll finish whenever when we'll set a finishing point before the money runs out, essentially, and we'll work towards that. That's like, that would be the ideal. And ideally, you wouldn't set that point. You wouldn't even have that conversation until you were pretty close, or at least until you had a working vertical slice, which I do now. I'm very happy with the decisions we've been making recently. The combat exploration, the enemy designs, the storytelling, all of it is on point, in my opinion. And I think we have a fun game that will do well on whichever platform we ship it on. So I'm not really concerned about quality at this point. I'm mostly concerned about production. And having those production funds is crucial to being able to determine even things like, if I was going to do, oh gosh, I'm sort of spilling the guts here. What's a reasonable ask to finish a game in 1 year in Kickstarter? Do I have an idea? Well, I would not pitch to finish the game in 1 year. I wouldn't do that. I would pitch to finish the game in under 2 years, because I know that 1 year is too short. We don't have enough time. I mean, the content's not close enough to be done in 12 months, in my opinion. If it was 12 months, man, I would need 15 people. Hasn't Insignia been in production for more than 7 years? Yes, but Insignia has been in production for more than 7 years as a personal project. And so much of that time was spent understanding how to build it, which is kind of separate from building it. Like, how do I put this? Production in the AAA game sense, or in any game sense, like in the industry, when something is in production, what you really mean is you're in a place where you've got a train, right? This is your train. Choo-choo. Production is, we have built the train, and we have built like a stretch of track, and we've tested the train on the track, and we know the train works, and now we're going to build the railway to the next city. This is production. You've proven that you have something worth building. You've proven that you can build it, and now you build it. So I spent 7 years building the train and building this first part of the track. And that's not easy, right? The train's complicated. The trains are really not simple machines. You know, you've got to build the engine, like the boiler and the engine room, and you've got to build the wheels, and you've got to build this cow catcher thing, and there's a lot you have to do with knowing the engineering side of the thing. Practically speaking, what are we building? What does it need to be able to do? Like how fast does the train need to be able to go? How much cargo can the train have loaded on it? Is it a passenger train? Those things are what you do in what you could probably call pre-production. That's what I did for like 7 years. When I look back on it now, I realized that's what I was doing. I was essentially doing pre-production on it. And during this time, you can break something apart, you can rebuild it, you can do whatever you want. Once you're on this road and the train is being placed, the train is actually being driven on the track as you're building it, that's when it starts getting real. Because once you start this, now you have a release date. And the train can't stop once you pass this threshold. Once you pass the gate, release date set, team composed, we're all going. Now for me, this point, I'm trying to push this point along as far as possible so that my practice track, the practice track is actually, for me, like, it actually goes like this far. Because I am, a solo developer, or was a solo developer. This was my first time making anything like this. So the practice track actually needed to be quite big so that I understood all of the risks that could happen in the rest of the track. So I thought when I built this much, I thought practice track done. Let's produce the game. And then I couldn't get very far. I like the train went choo 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 and stopped. And I'm like, oh. I thought I had figured out how to build this game. This was like 2018. Then I was like, let's go again. 2020 stopped. 2022 stopped. And then I literally pulled the train off the track and rebuilt it again. Like, not rebuilt it, but tuned it up completely. Then I was like, okay, 2024 to 20, well, I literally, like, we built a demo back in 2024. That's about here. Now we're at 2026. There have been stretches of test track built over that 7-year time. And actually, one of the things that we learned, or that I've been learning, is how far away this really is. And so the more you do, the closer you get to answering this question, because it's closer. So now we're like here, but doing this solo is extremely time intensive. This is like 60% of the work is just this part. This would be another like 20. And then this hopefully is the next 20%. That's not a very accurate diagram. But now, like the question here, where this gate, the point when you know that you're at the gate and that you don't need to reconfigure is when you can do this. You need to be able to set a release date. You need to be able to set a cost, right? A budget. You need to be able to assign a team, right? Like who exactly will work on this game? And ideally, like tasks, like the work. We'll call this resources. It's team. If you can answer these questions explicitly, answer these questions, you're at this point. For me, I would say, if I was to give myself a score on each of these, on how well I can answer them, I would say probably not like amazingly here, but I'll do it if I have to. I think I've got a pretty solid idea about budget. Team, I think we're pretty close. It's not yellow, but it's not perfectly green because there's a few people that I want to be able to add to the team. And the workload's a little tougher. This I'll set, like if someone tells me, Adam, as long as it's beyond a certain date, like I would love to not have to ship in before June 2027. If it's after June 2027, this becomes, orange or even this color. If you tell me, Adam, it needs to be done December this year, I say it's black. It's not even red. So that's more of a sliding scale, right? You can always extend and this is the thing. This is why so many games get delayed. Hey, Pharamond, welcome. Thank you so much for the raid. So many games get delayed because this thing is the most flexible thing, right? If I say it's going to cost me 300,000 Australian dollars to get it done, I can guarantee that, but I can't guarantee that I can spend that time in less than 12 months, like the same team can do the same work, but they might need a bit more time to do it. And there are unknowns along the way, bumps and stuff that will hurt this, that will make it harder to do this. So budget, I'm pretty sure that's kind of like the most green thing. Like I'm pretty happy with being able to validate that because we've been on budget for the last 2 chapters, the first 2. And I've been very happy. I haven't actually spent any money on or any resources on like recreating anybody else's assets that they've delivered to me. So anything that we've done, we've used. And it's been really good. Like I'm very happy with it. I've never had to like ask someone to do more work for me or to pay them more in that sense. The team's been really good too, actually. Like so far, it's just that I want the team to be bigger. Like this is a team of 5 right now. And as a team of 5, we're like green. It's like amazing. Happy with everyone I work with. But I want to scale that up to a team of like 10. And I don't have everybody yet that I would want to work with me on that team of 10. I would need to do a little bit of scouting, which means even if today you told me I had the money, I'd still need like 2 or 3 months to ramp up. And you probably still need like 3 or 4 months to like really figure out if someone's working. So there's a bit of uncertainty there. The work is the most flexible, but also the thing that it could blow out, it could shrink. And because I've never delivered a game like this before, I can't give myself a green for this. I can't say that I know exactly what we'll have to do in terms of like, this is more about, is the story as written something that we can achieve with these things? Like some of the work is flexible. I could ship, you don't know what I've got planned. So if I ship something that's 80% of what I have planned, that doesn't matter to players. So this one is like the least urgent, but also the one that I want to be able to get right. Hey, Pharamond, thank you so much for the raid. Hopefully you had a good stream and hopefully you have a good rest. So this one is the most important to me. And I don't know yet. It's because it's all of this stuff that we haven't done yet that is the workload. Now you could always cut the train line short. We say, okay, we can't afford to do this stuff. Let's just do this instead to save budget and time. So I have a feeling that I will have to compromise it. We'll see. This is what game dev has been like for me so far. And it's been really hard. These two are so tough to nail. This stuff is fine. Like, I know how to run the team. If I have an extra producer with me, it'll be even easier. it's not hard to like do good work. It's hard to know exactly how much work you have to do and to know when exactly you're going to be finished with it. That's what's hard. But, you know, where we're at right now, chapter 1, it gets good feedback. The feedback I've gotten from players is positive when it comes to chapter 1. Actually, do you know what I haven't done? I haven't checked on the feedback form since I went to Steam. That's probably a good idea. There might be a lot more responses. This is 0.08. I hope they're still good. This I think is, oh, that's 0.7. So actually 0.8 must be the most recent one, and that's got 30 responses. Nope, 15. This one has 30 responses. Sweet. Okay. And we've got 85%. That's pretty good. This is like thumbs up, thumbs down. This has gone up to, I think this was down at like 75 the previous test. So yeah, I think like we're at a point where I feel like this is now essentially validated. Is this stream inflated? I don't think so. I mean, it's possible, but I don't think someone who spent like multiple hours playing the test would like, I don't think anyone has any reason to lie. Do you know what I mean? Like if it was a popularity contest, if it was like without playing the game, I think yes, you would get a lot of people inflating. But I think if you've played it, you can only be disappointed, right? If you think the game looks great and then you play it, I mean, I suppose it could exceed your expectations, but it's never going to play better than it looks, in my opinion, assuming the marketing is doing its job. So for me, it's like I can only use the data that I've got. And if people weren't having a good time, because they weren't, right? Like there was lower positive feedback on the previous test. So a positive change is a positive change. And I think I've had enough people personally reach out and say they had a really good time with it that I trust the sentiments. And I also feel like it's meeting my expectations too for chapter 1. So now that I feel like we've solved this formula, the next big question is, it's actually the question that I'm facing right now, which is for chapter 2, how much work does it take to do this part and have it come out just as good as this part? That will dominate the rest of the game's development. That question of how do we streamline the process to get something that feels like this, but 4 more times. And I mean, the trouble is that it's actually not the assets. Like, here's a little wrinkle that makes it hard. When we started working on chapter 1 as a team, I had already validated the scenario to some extent. I had already written and put in all of the the NPC logic, the quest flags. You could play the demo before we even started working on it. I had essentially gray boxed it, or done my version of it before the team came in. And then the team came in and we did a big polish pass on it. And I got lots of assets done and enemies animated and all of that stuff. And at the end, we play tested it. And then I had to do a bunch of level design changes that took ages. But almost no new assets got created that my team would need to create by proportion. So it wasn't, oh, we need to reanimate this enemy. It was, should the player learn this ability here in a room that looks like this, where you learn 3 abilities all at once? Or should the player learn that ability over 3 different zones across the map? And should this NPC be here or should they be there? Should this tutorial teach you this, or should we wait a little bit before you get that tutorial? All of that stuff, which is like scenario, I guess you would describe it as, has the potential to be extremely expensive. It cost me months to fix that. And I don't know, I cannot answer the question, was that just because this is the opening chapter and you need to teach the player? And so because there's a lot of critical tutorialization happening, you need to get it right? Is it just the onboarding that's hard? Or will that happen every chapter? Getting the story right. I think my hunch is that if you make it this far, you're not falling off because of certain story rearrangements. I don't think I'm not going to lose you here. I just need to tell you a fun story. But here, I think you need that structure. You need things to be guiding you very carefully so that you get a sense of the game very quickly. So my hunch is that it won't take as long. No, chapter 2 is actually really straightforward from chapter 1. It's just an extension of everything. Like, you learn all of the core mechanics in chapter 1. So chapter 2, you're not learning new mechanics, you're just getting new abilities within the mechanics that you already learned about. There are 3 new abilities, but they all work very similarly in they're not new mechanics, it's like an RPG. You get a new skill, but the skill works the same as all the other skills. Oh, they're surprising, but they don't require you to relearn the foundational structures of the mechanics of the game. It's not like in chapter 2 you learn an ability that changes how combat works, as in it's not going to change the fact that when you do damage to enemies they lose health. It's not going to change the fact that how do I describe it? In Final Fantasy, in every Final Fantasy, if you have a thief character, they learn the skill Mug at some point. And Mug does damage and steals gil. You already know what attacks are in the game. You already know what gil is. So the idea that an attack steals gil is not it's not going to change the game for you so meaningfully that you need to be re-tutorialized. You don't need to be re-onboarded. It's more that's cool. You're doing this and you're doing that with it. That's very different from what is this game about? So this chapter 1 is what is this game about? What is the magic system? And this is how do I expand that system? So yeah, it's not I don't even know. Take Celeste, for example. Nothing that you learn in the third act of Celeste is like so mind-bending that you could, yeah. But yes, Domino, that's exactly what they do. They all change how platforming works, but teaching the player, let me explain something. In chapter 1, every ability in the game that you learn 3 abilities and they're all different, but all of them are press L1 and then press a face button. That's every ability in the game is press L1, press a face button. So I don't need to teach you what an ability is. I don't need to teach you how to do the ability. I just need to teach you in what context it functions. And yeah, some of them, like there's an ability that we're adding that lets you go through solid terrain. You know, you can stand here and dig through surfaces and end up on the other side. But I don't need to teach you the ability system all over again just to teach you this, because you still do this to use it. And you've seen the progression map, you've seen what an ability looks like, you know how to capture them from enemies. So just saying, hey, this ability lets you dig, that's not going to require you to read a lengthy tutorial or have like a bunch of story cover why you can do this. Do you know what I mean? Whereas this, so much of the story and the motivation of what's happening at the moment is about justifying what abilities are, what the magic system is, why you can do the magic, where in the world you find these abilities. All of that stuff that's what took a lot of energy setting up here, is getting buy-in from the player. So the scary thing for me is that I look at this and it's already about the same size as this. And even so, I look at every single level here and I say, it's super early on. Like this level is playable. It's not tight. It's rough. And maybe this is something where once we have enough team members, I can say, hey, tighten this up. I just give it to someone and say, tighten this level up. The foundations are here. Just make the level design tighter. Put set dressing all the areas. Frame the geometry a little bit better so that the encounters make sense. Maybe that's something that just can be done by somebody else. In which case, okay, maybe it's no big deal. But the hard part is now, like, if I want to add story in this part, if it's like, oh, put a new side quest here. Okay, that's harder, because where does the NPC stand? Do they move around? What are the requirements of that side quest? It's harder when the story weaves with the terrain. And that's what I don't have an answer for chapter 2 yet, is how much of that is left to go. Because we haven't got the side quests in yet. I'm only just putting the main quest in. So the biggest risk to the development of the game right now is me not being able to say how long it takes from when I block in all the levels to when all the levels are done and the story is playable end to end. And the answering that question is actually not the thing that will get us to the finish line fastest. It's actually like second priority. So first priority would be getting to the credits. That's first priority. First priority is get all of the game looking like this, so that you can literally start the game, play to the credits roll. Then it would be get one chapter to polish. Then it would be get all the chapters to polish. But I don't have the time to do that before funding needs to happen. So I need to basically accept the risk of what might happen. Whether or not we can polish this the way we want. This might need to be 25% smaller, for example, or might need to have fewer quests, or maybe the quests need to wait until the very, very end and then we just get them in really quickly. There might have to be concessions there. Or maybe we can't do animated cutscenes the way we want to. But yeah, I really need like time spent doing this and this. So I have like the full chapter synopsis of the game set up. I have the world map laid out with everything that happens in every part of the game. The trouble is, like, is chapter 1 100% art complete? It's pretty much art complete. I might have, if we get an environment artist in, I might start the environment artist out doing little things like this, the little set dressing, just to get them on board and use that time to let them sharpen up some of the areas in chapter 1, but not as a critical success or failure point. It's mostly just to give them a safe play space to get better. It's not critical. I don't need to do any more art on chapter 1. I much prefer us to do future art. So yeah, like this is chapter 3 at the moment. Like you can't play chapter 3. You can't run through it. So that's important. Chapter 4 is the same. And most of this is about it's really the dialogue. It's getting the conversations in and having the characters standing where they need to be standing. And, you can walk up and press A and the conversation happens and the flag gets tripped to true and then that changes the game state. It's the game state stuff is quite time consuming. So maybe I need to be even better about that. Like yesterday I copied some dialogue that I already wrote into this scene. This is like spoilers, a part of chapter 3. And I can kind of force this to play. But like the mechanics that happened in this scene to like go to the next scene don't exist yet. So maybe I just need like a button that you press to go to the next part of the game or something like that. Like a skip next scene button, or like a door I just let you walk through to attach this to the next one. Same thing with this, like this scene I'm happy with, but like how do you get on the train? Like I've written how you get on the train, but like it's a cutscene. I don't have the cutscene. So do I need like a scene in Unity that says cutscene goes here? It's that kind of stuff. It's the turning the game that doesn't exist yet into a playable storyboard. That needs to happen. Soon. I need to be doing that. Yep. So anyway, let's do some more of these while we can. Yeah, it's been tough. Like genuinely. Actually, do you know what? I'd like to take a quick break because I can feel I know what my body needs. I want to take a quick break, maybe 10 minutes. I really love this conversation and I want to keep having it with you. So I will, I'll peace out. I'll come back we'll do like, let's say, I wish I could do double these. Maybe I can if I give myself like 40 minutes. We'll do 15 minutes of building. Maybe that'll work. I'll see you in a bit. Okay. We're back. I have to do one thing, and then we can continue our conversation. Alrighty. So it is this goes to where did I put this thing? That goes to that. Just need to make a zip. And send a file. Oh, my mouse just ran out of battery. I'm like moving my mouse around. I can't do anything. Do. Inside of this is everything there. That's the right one. Okay. Alrighty. So now we can chat. All right. I want to make 5 more buildings. That's my goal. 5 more buildings, please. Wait, if there are 5 buildings, why are there so many layers? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Ah, okay. All right, so 5 more buildings. Let's go. And we're going to put a timer on this. We're going to do a bit of Pomodoro. Every one of these Pomodoros is going to be 15 minutes. And we're going to take a 2-minute break between them. Hang on a second. This is called Make Building times 5. Ready? Ready? Go! All right, 15 minutes. First of all, I'm going to make just the shapes of the buildings. So let's just mock them up. I think I want to see like this, a little bit wider. I want to see this. Maybe something like that. This. And then maybe like a long wide one. Maybe it's got sort of like almost an archway to it. And then I think they're all a little bit too wide. Let's bring them in a little bit. And I think that would be perfect. Done. Okay. Now, split them out onto their own layers. And let's get to work on this one. And I want to do something fun with the roofs. In fact, I might make this one the other way around. And then maybe we could do some sort of like this stilt situation just on one side. Sweet. And then we're going to do this, do that. And I might do a couple of roofs. And I want to kind of like treat this like it was, like there was one building and it got added to twice. That's the concept. Maybe there's a balcony here? Ooh, I haven't been doing balconies at all. Amazing. Okay. Now, height-wise, I like where it's at the top. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I guess we just do whatever we want here. So I'm just going to do this. I also want to make sure we got the perspective right. So I'm going to start doing this. 15 minutes is going to be rough, man. Let me see if I can bring it on to the screen. So that I can not get lost. There we go. Do you see adding any implied brick or distress? For these ones, not necessary. For the ones in the front, yeah, I've got lots of brick. But for these, I don't know if it's worth it. No, not in this part of the game. The impression of there being a big city is much more valuable than the city itself being something that has like actual continuity. It's not something you even notice. Maybe the big tree in the middle would be the only thing I'd really focus on. Or if there's a part of the game where you see the town square from another angle, but even that is tough to do because the town square itself is like, anytime you sort of want to show something that's somewhere else from where you are, like the player's frame of reference needs to be quite consistent is what I'm trying to say. So anytime you shift that frame of reference, you're actually just creating confusion, and then you have to explain the difference in frame of reference to them. You can't just have it be different. You have to sort of visually justify it. So better to not need the player to have multiple frames of reference than to have multiple frames of reference and not explain them correctly. At least in my opinion. I just don't see the value in it. Like it's neat at best, you know? Oh, cool. I can see that place I've been to before in a town, at least. Does scene graph support floating text? Scene graph only has nodes that are scenes. It doesn't have any other kinds of nodes right now. Do you mean like annotations? No, not currently. Five minutes. I think I'm making good time though. That doesn't work. Ta-da! Hang on. Ooh. I was going to have this conversation about about the rest of the development cycle, but I think what I'll do is instead take us to 4 p.m. Or like 4:30 or whatever it is to get the 5 of these done. Wait, 5 times 15 minutes is an hour and a bit, but it'll be 4 times 15, so an hour from now. So it'll be 4:41 when we're done. That's okay. I consent to that. We do small chimney here. We do big chimney here. We do another 2, just for funsies, here. Sweet. Maybe we then open these windows up. Nah. I think maybe we do one central window. Boop, 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 boop. Awesome. So happy with that. No, I actually, the stress, if I ever feel stress, it does not come from this. Stress does not come from, doing creative work. Stress always comes from having to estimate creative work for me. I love doing creative work. I never get bored of this kind of thing. I enjoy it. It's fine. Well, the hard part is I have to get this done right now. That's much harder. Okay. A minute. Yeah. It's sort of like, it goes a few different ways. Like, it's not always about, I think my mental headspace is the thing that I battle the most. It's not like, do you enjoy it after all this time? It's like, do you find yourself in the mood to enjoy it? Are you able to like emotionally balance the stresses? That for me is much more of a factor of if I'm having a good or a bad day than the work. The work is whatever. It's just me battling my own internal stress. If I'm having a good day or a bad day, that's what determines if I'm having if I'm enjoying the work. Almost exclusively. Like, that is the factor. Okay. Let's go. 15 minutes. Boom, 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 boom. Hey, thanks for the sub, Adrian. I do have references from for these, but the references some of the references are like my own work that that came out of other references. So like these buildings being so tall was kind of like a mistake. It's like they've evolved to be this tall over time because they've drifted from where they were at the beginning. Let me flex a little on my Pomodoro and I'll spend a little bit of time showing it to you. Just a sec. This could be like a duplex. Nice. One sec though, I just gotta get through this. Bro, I'm on fire right now. Racing myself is like such a cheat code to being productive. I just turn it into a race against myself. And now we're off to the races. Now we're cooking. My dad likes to say, now we're cooking with gas. Sweet. With 5 minutes left. So, I'll show you. This was the original concept doc for the town. So these were the references. And that's it. That pretty much got me where I needed to go. And then I drew some of these. This is my own drawing. So this is, the feeling of this is helping inform what it is. And then I had done older versions. Not that. So for example, this is a version of the building that I already buildings that I have already done, and these were supposed to be all foreground buildings. I'm still going to, I might keep these and reappropriate them with the updated color scheme, but these buildings are supposed to be further in the background. So that's why they've got less detail. Although it looks like I'm adding more detail as time goes on. I need to stick to bigger shapes. Okay. Well, I'm actually ready for the next one. So I'll get a start on it. Maybe we'll beat our Pomodoro time. Do we bring it down to 10 minutes? Let's bring it down. How do I? Oh. Okay. Hmm. Okay. Where are we at? Pretty simple building, not too bad. Honestly, I'm not even... It's not a problem at all. It's fine. G, please. Did I break my record again? Maybe we do a little bit of something fancy here. We add a little thing of this across there. So that it's sort of, it's not a balcony as such. It's just one of those little sort of, you can open up the window and look out if you want. In which case I might open this up. Boom. Pals, we are blitzing right now. All right, we need a break. Maybe even a 5-minute break. Oh. My poor eyeballs. I don't think I've blinked in 20 minutes. Well, this is certainly better. I think what I might do is see if I can vary up the color of some of these roofs. I think I need a third different color. Not sure. There's something not quite right about it, is there? Like a middle one. You're really good at this. Oh, thank you. What I do is I have this thing where I can split two colors. So I can go like, take this, go this, and then get that color in between. So if I just do that, and then make that one of the colors, and then put it there, then I can do that and that, and maybe even actually this whole thing is that color. I think just some variety is what I'm looking for here. Even that's like way better. Yeah. Sweet. These have become a lot more intricate. I might have to like interleave them a bit better. Like maybe this. Oh, hang on. Is that tool a custom plugin? No, that's just part of Aseprite. You can just do that if you want. And I think I want the lighting here to be a lot lighter. So it's this color, boom, into this color, boom. I want to do a lot more of whatever that is, because I really like it. This one's great. All right. What's the hotkey for it? I set a hotkey for it. You mean like being able to do like, here's color A, here's color B. Now, MasterCard. That I do by, I have like, what is it? Alpha compositing is the version, is the tool. What version? The setting is called alpha compositing, and I have alpha compositing set to C, and I have it locked at 50%. So if you take a color and you take another color on the same layer, alpha compositing will give you the 50% between the two colors when you draw one over the other. Then I ink that, and then I go back to normal drawing mode, and now I just have that color. Bear in mind, doing that will make it it'll make your ramps very linear and probably desaturated if you're picking two colors on the opposite sides of the spectrum. Because if you have like a spectrum, you know, the color wheel in the middle of the color wheel is more desaturated than on the outsides. So you're crossing through the circle, not rotating around it when you do that. Now for this, because we're in the background, that's fine, because these are all background buildings. They're supposed to be desaturated. How do you do the color replace? The color replace is shading, and that's just about going into shading and then dragging a couple of colors, as many as you want, and then it will replace the ones on the right with the ones on the left as you do it. So here's a color, grab all of these, replace, 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 and it'll basically just keep going. So that's how I'm doing, like a lot of this, I'm doing that very quickly. So let's start our next Pomodoro. 20 more minutes and we're done. Do you think, says Mr. MD Rogers, do you think you've reached peak Asebright efficiency? I'm still discovering new ways to do things, but not like brand new ways. It's more just like remembering to use the optimizations, if that makes any sense. Or like maybe there's like an old way I used to do something and I've since discovered a new way, but I don't really have the opportunity to use the new way until I come back to doing an old asset. And it's like, I can use that trick that I picked up here to do that. Like, I'm not optimal. You could see me as I'm working through this. There are times where I make plenty of mistakes. But it's still, I don't know. The goal, I should stop. The goal should always be to use the fewest number of strokes to achieve anything. So here, like, I'm min-maxing my ability to like find the, what's the word? First order shapes, second order shapes, third order shapes, and not have to redraw over any lines I've already drawn. That's the goal. So let's go 3, 2, 1. What am I looking for? Hang on, let me just confirm. I kind of want this a little bottom heavy, I think. I'll flip this. All right, 3, 2, 1, go. Oh. better. Hey, thanks for the follow. Person on YouTube whose name I'm Yvonne. Yvonne, thank you so much. Appreciate you. Alrighty. Oh, my poor shoulder. I keep forgetting about it. No. Good. Oh. Hey, Broza. It's going well. This program looks like a game. You think so? That's nice. So, what's left? I don't think I did anything wrong with this one. I think I liked exactly what I did. Wait, it is underneath? Oh, it is. Okay. I think this is too intricate. But anyway, I'll leave it. Let's do the next one. We're just going to smash it, okay? I might even see if I can kit bash it out of a different one. Nah, let's just do it from scratch. All right. Oh. Bring this a little bit closer to my face. Oh, that's going to get in your face. Let's go all the way to there. I'm trying to bring the monitor closer so I can still sit back in the chair. Okay. Oh, that feels good, man. And where are we at? 4:27. I was considering doing this by 4:40, so if we do this in 10 minutes, we'll have saved 10. 3, 2, 1, go. Alrighty. Hi. Okay. What's missing? Not much. Front steps. Best day of the week for a game review. Friday might be a good one. Whew. Look at all these buildings I did. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, it's mostly these like Tudor style buildings. So, now the question is, hey Kaiko, thank you so much. Now the question is, do I even need to design these as like as a thing that I can stretch out, or can I just place them in the scene? I think I could just place them in the scene one by one and to create a background layer. So the buildings that I just drew are going to be these ones. These things back here. They're not the foreground buildings. But there is going to be another layer behind these that feels like this, that kind of just blocks it in. And maybe that will be something that I can just stretch. So right now, it's like you can really see behind, like what's behind the buildings, but I kind of don't want that. In a way, I want to just create sort of a mishmash of impressionistic, shapes that I can use as like glue. Because if we go here, it's back here. It's like the buildings behind those buildings should just be like, it could even be almost a flat color. But I do want to see like chimney shapes and stuff like that. So, yeah. Pretty close now though. I wonder if I went too far. I wonder if they're too interesting. I hope not. All right. Well, maybe I can just literally just block this in now and see how I go. So like, can I? Oh, I can't change the opacity of a group. That sucks. All right. Well, screw you then. Guess I'll just use like a random color. I have a feeling this will be a mistake if I do it this way. Do it on a new layer. Here comes Orton, slithering up. Oh no, watch out, watch out, watch out. It's the RKO. That's all I know about Randy Orton. I saw that conversation about WWE in there. I saw you chit-chatting away. Dude, that RKO meme where people would take a PNG of him and like make him like RKO random character. It would be like a video of a baby falling over and they would have Randy Orton RKOing the baby. Can I just put this in the front maybe and use it there? As long as I can get a general sense of what I'm doing, it should be fine. Another RKO! Okay, I mean, that's all pretty good. And now the goal would be to backfill these shapes. So I'm just going to take, like, imagine all these shapes need to be all the different colors of the roofs. Can you paint with all the colors of the roofs? And I imagine they need to be like even one more shade of blue. But that's okay. For now, they can just be like whatever, this color. And then underneath them, I'll use this one for now. But I need to essentially just start thinking about the shapes and start filling them down. So it's kind of like that. Oh my gosh, this is tough. I suppose the easy way to do it would be to just block them all in first. Like this. Okay, now we have all of our buildings. And then it would be to start chipping away at them. Like this. Chipping away at them. But we need a bit of a squarer brush, so we need to shrink this down a little. And then, like, bring this down, cut in down, come out, cut back in, down, that kind of thing. Cheverton is it's the city with the largest army, and it's maybe slightly bigger than the capital, but yeah, it's pretty much the largest city. Sorry, chat. I'm being so quiet. But this is game dev. We are now in peak game dev. It just happened. It's been a little while since I've been so focused, I think. Usually I've been sort of yapping a little bit recently. It's been tough. I actually was having a little bit of trouble with gaming recently. I was playing a lot of Age of Empires and then a lot of Overwatch, and I've sort of learned that when I do that, it's because I'm anxious, and I'm just trying to find my footing. You know, I can use competitive games as a way of trying to wrestle back some control in my day if I feel like I'm a bit lost, or if there's a part of my work that I just don't feel confident about, that I'm sort of dreading, you know, or something like that. It's like I have no control in these aspects, so where can I get control back? And sometimes it's like, okay, if I win at Overwatch, you know, then I did something with my day. You know, that's kind of the mental internal promise that I think gets made. And then I lose at Overwatch and I feel like I've ruined everything. So this is kind of like something that I guess I fell into it over the last few months of just playing games in that kind of impulsive way. And it's not in and of itself that games are bad, or that, you know, you can't have a healthy relationship with competitive games, but I find that oftentimes I can't. So, and I wasn't playing more than an hour or a couple of hours a day at max, but still a couple hours a day when you are Mr. Game Dev, you know, trying to run a channel and do all this extra stuff, it all adds up. And I think I just started feeling totally out of control, surprisingly. Just miserable in my day. And I still have a lot of anxiety about the future. Obviously, there's a lot that I need to be on top of and to solve, and there's a lot of risk. But I think I just you know, what are your options at that point? You either can take the risk on, or you can't. You either choose it or you don't choose it. And I've already chosen it. It's not like I don't have a decision to make about whether or not I want to finish the game. It's I'm finishing it. So it's more about okay, well, what does that road look like? And if it's something that I don't have the answer to, do you know what it is? And I think this is a thing about exercise as well. It's about comfort. It's very uncomfortable to be in my position, and that discomfort is natural. It is part of being a game developer, is not having the security, or at least an indie. It's about not having the security about what's going to happen when you take these risks. And that's literally it. And so I think for me, there's a lot of judgment there that I needed to get over, of why do I feel like I have to experience this discomfort? Because I resent the discomfort. You know, I want to be able to say I made the right decisions, and this is going to end up at this in this place. If I do this, then the game will be out in this amount of time. You know, there's all these things I want to be able to have certainty over that I can't have certainty over them. And that needs to be okay, but it wasn't okay with me. I wasn't okay with it. And so, yeah, I think I just struggled. And I think the more you procrastinate about dealing with those feelings, the more you feel them. But it comes out in other ways. You know, you sort of find yourself feeling terrible for no real reason. Well, you have a reason, but you're not aware of the reason, because it just all feels like too much pressure. It feels like there's just a whole mountain on top of you. So, and you certainly don't do the things that you need to do to get more certainty, which is to do the hard tasks, to look at the numbers and say, okay, what are the odds this is actually going to get done when I want it to? Maybe the answer is low. Maybe it's not going to get done when I want it to. But what am I going to do? I still have to do something. So it's that kind of attitude of like, I don't have control over these things, and I wish I did, but I don't. So where do I have control? And let me focus on that rather than spend energy in Overwatch. Right? The disappointment in not being where you want to be, living in that disappointment does not put you where you want to be. That's the tough thing. I think that's what like being an adult is. It's like accepting what you can't change and then changing what you can. Yeah. The thing is, though, those aren't the kinds of games that help me be a good developer. Like, and this is something that I think everyone struggles with. It's not just about being a game developer now, but like, there is so much crap out there vying for your attention that has no business taking your attention. Like, the amount of time, or not just time, but emotional energy that gets put into like Reels or TikTok or whatever, those things don't make me a better game developer. Learning about a war that I have no control over and fixating on it does not make me a better game developer. It doesn't make the game better. And there was a time when I was young when like playing games was considered a waste of time. Now playing a single player game is like, it's like research. It's like reading a book, So like what I should be doing is playing like RPGs. I should be playing games that are like my game and learning from them, being mindful when I play them, not just zoning out playing something competitive so that I don't have to think about how hard it is to make games. Having like actual attention and what's the word? Yeah, well, mindfulness, but also like introspection and to have intent over how I spend my time is what I need to be doing. So I've been doing that recently, actually, and it has been helping me. Definitely. But it's been really hard. I'm still figuring it all out. And this was the first time I've ever been able to do that by myself, to self-diagnose it. Like, I used to see a psychologist. I think, genuinely, I think having that psychologist and seeing him for as long as I did is what gave me the tools to do this stuff, like, on my own. And it's not that I do it all on my own. Like, my wife literally had to like say to me, like, I think you play Overwatch too much, before I was able to accept it. But nonetheless, I made the choice to uninstall. I don't have any competitive games installed on my computer right now. And I want to play Overwatch. I love that game. Like, even just like not in a like a bad sense. Like, I actually just like really want to play it. And I love being in that world and experiencing, like, just, I love the competitive formats. It's a really fun game. I just like, my reward for finishing this game will be I get to play Overwatch for a while, Like, I have to make it about choosing when I play these games and when I get to, have that time. I also like want to be a father in the not too distant future. So like I'm trying to also kind of gear myself up for that. You know, put myself in a position where like I'm more like duty bound, you know? Is there anything about those games that inspire me creatively? Not really. Not for this game. For maybe if I was making a competitive game, yeah, I would have lots of inspiration from those games. But they don't really serve me much for a single player narrative focused game. Not even the development stories. Like I was listening to Jeff Kaplan talk to Lex Friedman about making Overwatch and his experiences making World of Warcraft and all that stuff. And honestly, like it made me realize that there are things that I need to do as a developer that are very different from how those games were made. And there are some lessons like that I can take from them, but squarely it feels like those games were made in a different time by people with very different resources to me. So I can't really try to emulate that environment. I don't have the luxury of that environment. I have to be like way better. And that sounds weird, but if you think about it, like I can't have Insignia be Titan. You know, I can't be the kind of guy who doesn't have solid direction on what I'm making. I need to have like a lot of clear, you know, surgical insight over what I'm doing and how I'm going to do it. And I needed to be able to do it. And the time for like, on this project at least, the time for, you know, screwing around and seeing how I feel about what I make, and just like having fun and being creative. And not that I can't have fun, but like the idea of, what's the word, you know, discovering what kind of game I want to make by making it, that's not really where we're at anymore. Now it's like, I want to be able to deliver because, you know, I've done enough of the creative stuff for this project and I want a chance to do that again on a different project. Yeah, friends, I agree, but like, wouldn't it be better for me to go for a run than play? Like, I think that the real issue for me is that I spend my whole day sitting at a desk. So if my way of decompressing is playing Overwatch and sitting at a desk, I'm actually still spending energy somewhere where I need it back. Like I need to like physically get up from the desk and go for a walk. You know, that might also be a way for me to decompress, but I also get the benefit of my muscles not destroying themselves, you know, atrophying. Exactly. So it's like you have to choose something that's compatible with your lifestyle to create variety. Otherwise, you just end up you just sit in the desk all day, every day, forever, and you never get a chance away from it. Hey, Chris Johnson, thanks for the sub. Welcome. All right, so now I take this. I don't know if this is enough color-wise. It might not have enough variety. But that's what we've got. It's not bad. Not bad. Minus that part. Yeah, I'm okay with that. So let's now turn this into an asset. How do I do this? First question, what do I do? I think I say save this file, save as BG buildings. This neighborhood, BG. Sure. And the BG version, the BGs, is the version where I delete all of these. And that's what this is. And then I just do this and I say sprite crop and I make sure it's a nice number, sprite canvas size 1/200 and then 320. Okay. So that's what this asset is. And then back over at buildings, I now delete all this. And then I'm going to put these on their own. I'm going to make this like a sprite sheet, essentially. So I take like the widest building, which would be this one, and I make the whole document say that wide, which is 220 by 320. But first I have to do this. Every single building needs to be on its own frame. We could otherwise atlas them. That would be another way to do it. We make a big grid. That's all right, we'll do it this way. So now let's just make sure that everything goes in the same spot. Okay, and then we flatten. And then we go canvas size to maybe start with that. And then take the widest one, which is that one. And then we go canvas size, come in a little bit more, chop it down to like that, cut it there, and then that's all our buildings. Let's make a background base for where the floor is going to be, and we'll call it, say, there. A single pixel, if you please. And then the center can be there. So now we adjust every building. Whoops. Okay. Okay. Perfect. Now we can go like, I guess like that, crop that. Nice. Perfect. Could probably even come in one more. Beautiful. Yes, BG. That's correct. I would say that's accurate. So now we Control E. We do them by... Actually, I might like to make these... do I name them? Make them their own file? Yeah, I already have it. That's what I'm thinking of doing. But not as slices. I'm doing it as... Oh, yeah, I can do the slices. Oh, I probably should have done that. Yeah. There's different ways to think about it. I didn't really do it as slices. Like, I could have just exported it as one big image and then in Unity done the slices. But this is nice too. Oh, no worries. It's my pleasure. I'm literally doing free word association here. Okay. Now I press this, that, done. Hey, we usually do channel points for a review. Wasabi, I guess it's Wasabi. I will check very quickly, but I won't have much to say, just out of respect for everybody else who is saving up channel points for reviews. Feedback? I mean, I'm not really sure what kind of game it is, just by looking at the thing. So I'm guessing you're asking me about specifically the look and feel. I think working on consistency in your art style will help. There's like a lot of different bits and pieces here that I can see. A lot of different techniques being used that don't necessarily match each other. The grass, the lightning, the water, the waterfall, they're all very different. So trying to find a way to make them more consistent would be, I think, very helpful. But if you're still learning, it's nice to experiment as well. Just like before you ask other people to buy or be interested in the game, try to find that consistent style. But if you're still mucking around, keep mucking around. Middle ground 1-0. Oh, thank you so much. Hey, Yoko Poppers. Not much. Just doing some mucking around. That's a nice one. Maybe actually these should have shared a parent. And put the parallax on the parent. And then I can remove it from this one. That's pretty good. Looks great. Yeah. So now I need like the foreground buildings. Dude, this was so easy too. I can just make as many as I want. They just go. Nah, the trees are good. Don't worry about it. There's more green in the foreground. Like, imagine if I do this. Now it's not too green. You're just not seeing all of it yet. All right. So, I want to commit that. So, what we wanted to discuss, what I wanted to discuss with you was, I guess, more to do with thinking about, does your camera have a slight position smoothing to reach the player? Position smoothing to reach the player? I'm not sure what that means. So what I wanted to talk about a little bit was a bit more about what we have to do in order to get to release, what that looks like. So for me, the idea of like gray boxing out the rest of the game, right? Like you've seen, imagine if this was scene graph, you've seen a lot of this, you've seen a lot of this, but almost none of this, and it's not playable yet. Like there's a whole other part of the game that, it's important that we have detail in the parts that are already done, but it's also really important to jump ahead and have the game get to a point that feels like it's at a credits ASAP, and then backfill. Interpolation on a delay. Interpolation? You mean like the look ahead factor? Like how long it takes to catch up to like look at the camera, at the player? So here, what I have is like a box. Imagine there's a box that the player can walk within and the camera doesn't move. As the camera pushes that box, the camera moves forward until the player reaches the other side of the box. And then the camera will stay there. And then as the player turns back around, they push the box. Now the camera pushes the box forward until we stop. So you can always move around within the box without moving the camera. But as you push the box, the camera looks ahead. So there is a delay. And the goal is basically to try to put where you're headed in front of you. He never goes too far off the left or right. Like as you're running, in the transition, it's not great. Like the very extremes, I don't love like that. That's probably the worst possible position to be in, but very quickly it corrects itself. So yeah, I think most of the time it's pretty good. I don't really even notice it anymore. So how do we gray box the rest of the game? It's so tough, but I think the answer is tent pole moments first. It's tough, but I think I know the answers. Tent pole moments first, and then progressively less tent pole, and also connections. So like there is no way to finish chapter 2 right now. Maybe we can focus on that. Let me I have a document that I sort of use for this, which is chapter 2 story. This one. I have this thing I was setting up where I have the whole story written out, but I have like sort of chunks of level, and they're based on how complete they are. So getting all of this to brown would be great. And anywhere where there's brown between two, gray between two browns, that needs to be made brown first. So it's like, I start the game, good, I can do this, good, I can do this, can't do this, what's stopping me from doing it? And then here, what's stopping me from doing this? Until at least the top row is all brown, and then we can make it yellow and green and blue. I should make it red, shouldn't I? Not brown. Brown's kind of a lame color. How do I easily change the color? I don't think there's an easy way to do it. Oh. Hang on. There. Okay. So everything red needs to be, everything gray needs to be red. Neil, I'm sorry. Hey, I'm brown. My apologies to the brown community. That's okay. Squiggly arrow can be brown. So, let's think about this. I mean, if I'm being really critical, I would go even further out. I don't know if it's ever practical to try and make them like to connect things that shouldn't be connected just so that we can get to a credits point. Like, would I grab this and drag it somewhere that it doesn't? I don't think so. I think we should ever compromise on playable terrain. That should always be full resolution. But the contents within the terrain, at least to the best of my knowledge, I should simplify that, but don't simplify these connections. The connections are important. I mean, like, for chapter 3, would it be valuable to say, here's 4 scenes, beginning, middle, end, chapter 3 is complete? You know what I mean? That's obviously not valuable. Let's keep thinking about this. So then what is valuable? What is the lightest thing I can do to say chapter 3 is playable? If I take like the story synopsis, is it the beats? Each beat has to have 1 scene, or at least you should be able to do each of the beats. Maybe. Right now, this is the doc I use for... Oh, that's my father-in-law calling me. Be right back, pals. Oh, he's just saying hi. He's a good man. Okay. Yeah, it needs to be more than that, Zoronak, I think. I do have annotations that I can put in the game, but they're not... Maybe it would be valuable to do that. Just annotate everything inside the game so that we don't need to do it in Figma. Maybe. There's also this question of like Unity scenes and to what extent Unity scenes make up like I've got a lot of them, right? It takes a long time for the game to compile because of how many Unity scenes there are. Is that a problem? You know, but I can't change that. I mean, that's just how I've done it. It's too late now. So scrap that. But yeah, like when I'm gray boxing, I'll be creating a lot of scenes just by definition. And I'll probably create more than double what would end up being in the game. So is that a problem? Who knows? All right, for now, like I guess I'm a little concerned with the overhead of creating a scene. I don't think there's anything simpler than that though. That's the only issue. It's not more convenient to create one big scene and then try to split it up. It's more convenient to have more scenes than you need and then delete them. Okay. So yeah, basically I need to be able to walk through each of these beats and screenshot it. That's my like test for the story. So if I can take a screenshot of a part of the game that fulfills this, tick. So Armin and Ilya ride through the hills on the eastern side of the Chevere region. Mostly cutscene. Okay, does this need to be in the game? That's a really important question. And maybe these need to be color graded based on like how important they are. Let's go to the main component. And I'd actually like to beta new property preferred instances, add slots to components so others can customize instances without detaching. I have been desperate for this feature. I think this feature does what I want it to do. It basically means I can put something in and that can scale in size and it doesn't break the component. If I can do that, I'll be so excited. We need to stop and figure out if we can use that feature. Alden Goldheart says, "Hi Adam. First of all, thank you so much for everything. Your open talks and your whole journey is an inspiration for me. Thank you so much. And surely for a lot of game devs out there. Quick question. I'm starting a top-down game, Age of Empires style, but pixel art. So isometric, I'm guessing. And I have very little art experience and I can't decide between 64 by 64 tiles versus 32 by 32. Would you have any tips?" Just go 48 and be done with it. Look, honestly, this will come down to how high fidelity you want your characters relative to one tile. Do some art tests. Look at some other games that are pixel art that have isometric tiles like that and see how they look and just pick whichever one looks more practical to you for the game you're trying to make or is more practical for you to make, because the more pixels you have, the more, the more work you have to do. Actually, this is an amazing time. I would love to do this thing, but I wanted to plug. I wanted to plug a game that I saw over the weekend. It's being made in Sydney and Scotland, I think. It is called... Let me see if I can find it. It is called Attack of the Astrals. I met the artist of this game. He was demoing it at a meetup event that I attended. Check this out. Look at this pixel art. This is a roguelike, isometric, kind of like Slay the Spire style game, but it's tactics. What's really cool about it is that the actions and movement are the same thing. You move to act in this game. Is that cool? I actually really want to play it. They have a playtest demo. So for those of you watching who are interested in Attack of the Astrals, I met the dev over the weekend. I think the game's really sick. They have a playtest that you can play. That's I think like 40 minutes or something like that. And yeah, I'm fully smitten by the pixel art. Look at the background art. These like rugs. It's like Prince of Persia or like Aladdin style, like Arabian sort of destroyed building, something like that. Yeah, I'm really into it. Really awesome UI details too. Look at this like runic art. So cool. And their tiles are really big. That was another thing that I thought was really interesting about it. The game board is actually not super it's not a very dense board. So it makes the game tactics very I think like watchable. As someone who's like I don't know anything about how the game plays, but just watching the game is quite digestible because there's only like what's this 5x5 or something like that, 6x6. So it just means that it's got that kind of almost like, you know, something closer to like auto chess in its complexity versus something like Final Fantasy Tactics, where there's like, you know, a much, much bigger board. Yeah, I'm really interested in it. I want to give it a go. But yeah, excellent, excellent UI. Like look at the little gilded aspects of the UI here. I'm also a fan of the thicker text. I quite like that with the shadow drop, the drop shadow. Little icons. It's very very confidently designed from a UI perspective. It does have a Steam page. Oh, my game? Or this game? This game is this. I'll push it in chat. Yeah, I don't think it's that far from release either. I think they're looking to release in like a few months. So you won't be waiting as long as you are for Insignia. I don't think it's going to be a like a massive release either. Like I don't think it's going to be very expensive. I think it's like going to be pretty reasonably priced. So this is not mine, but yeah, this is a game you should definitely check out. So my game, for those of you who sort of wandered in, is this game. You can also wishlist Insignia. Also pixel art, but not isometric and not tactics. And we're just discussing some very long-term game production questions here about how to plot out the rest of my game. No worries. I hope I can report to them that I gave them a plug and that they can notice a jump in the wishlist count. It's a really sick game, and I want for that team to have like, what's the word? I want them to have work, you know, because I want to poach them. Do I use a Fig Jam with the black background plugin? I actually do, but this is not Fig Jam. This is Figma. All right. So what is two variants? I don't know why that did that. Oh, these are the two variants. Okay. Yeah, sure. So I think I want like... something like this, and then I turn this into a... I think I turn... no. Yes, I turn it into a component. And then I make variants from the component with properties. And then I think I need like 6 of them. So this is like gameplay. Yeah, okay, back it up. Gameplay, animated, gameplay, like... Okay, and then we take this, we make this a component, and then we add a variant. We call this, this is how mandatory, no, like dependency, importance. Core. What am I trying to say here? Like absolutely necessary. This is like central to the plot. So maybe core is the word we would look for. Core to plot. Flexible. Nice to have. And then unvalidated. Okay, so this is this color. This is going to be... So now I take this and this. This is... I take this. Oh, I take an instance of... Nope. Okay. Take this. I take this. I put them together. I do this. And I create a component and I call it beat. Story beat. What just happened? Story beat. So can I do that? Is that a thing I can do? And I take this and I say sequence, and I take this and I say nice to have. Yeah. And then I take this and then I make it fill. Can I do that? Yes, but not like that. Sweet. Okay. So now I should be able to, yeah. Have this when I go to chapter 3. I don't know how that got there. Go to main component. How did this find its way? Is there something hidden? I don't understand. Ah, there we go. Cool. So now back to chapter 3. Yeah, but it's, yep, that's good. Okay. And maybe we can go to main component and like uppercase these. At like 16, like 12. That's better. All right. So this is not gameplay. This is like Armin earlier ride through the hills on the eastern side of the Chevet region. I mean, I guess it's unknown. Also, this needs to hug, but it's not going to. So we need one more. Undetermined. It's free to try, but the free version's pretty limited. So I don't know what that is, and it is core to the plot. It's just we don't know what it's going to be. This is not gameplay. This is a sequence, and it's urgent. This is gameplay, and it's important. This is gameplay, and it's important. This is it's undetermined what this is going to be, and also it's kind of unvalidated. It's probably going to be a cutscene. Cool. Oh, that's a fun little technique. So, I guess I could just keep going on this task. But I wanted to check out what the hell is going on with these component things that you can add. So hang on, what I wanted to test was, say I'm making something here, and it's like here's a layout. So it's like title. We've got some image, description, lorem ipsum dollar sit amet blah blah blah, and this is like 16 pixels, and it's like this, and this is like that, and then I do some other thing here with another image in between. Okay, I got these things here, and I turn them into a layout. Now, my question is, what does this feature do? I create a component, and then there was a way to add what did they call them? A slot. So where does the slot go? Can I just put something else in it? No. Can I define what I'd want to do is make a frame that goes in here that is the slot. Let's see if they have a video about how to use them.
Let's talk Figma slots. Today we're going to look at what they are, how to use them, how to implement them, and how to make the most of them. Real quick before we begin, if you're a big fan of myself, what we're doing here at UI Collective, check out our website. I'll put a link for this in the great mic action bar. But anyways, so what we would have to do before, just call this add a fill. But if I wanted
He literally
to
did what I
move
just
these
did.
elements around, if I wanted the text above the image, I would either have to do the following. I would have to detach this instance and then move manually. And now I have a bunch of detached card components floating around, or I would have to add a variant and then manually make that change, which means I would have too many variants floating around. With the introduction of slots, like if you're running into these scenarios with all the stuff going for legacy card with do it with the rest, let's just convert it to a slot, and you can see it gets highlighted as purple. So now when I have like copy an instance of that, I can add in an instance easily. So I can add in that image placeholder. I can also add in, that copy block, and I can also add in, that button. If I was just to set this to fill, there you go. So now what we can do here, where you can see that this is still
He's a man of many hats
to the parent component. But if I want to move things around, I can simply click in and just move it as I would normally. So it's no longer needing to detach or messy instance swaps. It's still inside still connected to the component, but I'm just able to move things around as I choose to. I can even add more items. I can have like layouts within this slot layout. So if I want another button here, copy and paste, play around with the auto layout, adjust, move this down below. So with slot.
Whoa, 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 whoa. I missed something there. I take this, convert to slot, fill it with content, components, or whatever the moment calls for. Slots as you customize. Got it. So now I can just like, can I just like put this in there? Like, can I just put stuff in the slot? And can the slot be like whatever size I want it to be? Like, can I turn the slot into a, no. Okay. So the only time, wait a second, but this, okay. Can I can't rearrange the slot, but if I make this also a slot by, I guess, doing that, and then convert to slot, and then doing that, convert to slot. Now I have 3 slots, and I can, okay, I can't rearrange the slots automatically. I don't know why he said that. Why did he say we could do that? Or was it more just to do with that? I mean, I already had them auto layouted. How did that, what?
So now when I have like copy an instance of that, I can add.
Oh, the slot is an auto layout? Is that what it is? Like in the slot, I can put, you know. Nope. Code block? Oh, for the description. That's actually insane. I don't know why that would exist. I don't think I got this yet. Why was he, why was he?
In an instance easily, so I can add in that image placeholder. I can also.
You can set your slot and your main component to auto layout. Did I not do that already? Fill, lock aspect, toggle auto layout. Oh, I see. And now the slot is just like a regular auto layout slot. So now I can just, oh, I have to say here what it does. So it goes down. I see. Oh, that's very cool. And then I can arrange these within the slot. That's great. I've wanted to do stuff like that for a long time. Because I've got like, we were doing, in our production doc, I was doing stuff like this where I have tasks, right, that I'm tracking for the team. And I've got, in this instance, like, this is a task and I want to add like a field, but I couldn't do that without creating a second kind of task. Like in this case, we've got like a bunch of tasks that live in this like bigger thing that has like a description. It's like, this is a character. It's like a set of tasks for the character. Previously, I would have had to, like, this needs to be not a component, whereas now I could create a slot inside of this bigger thing for the task list, for example. That's cool. And then I can add as many as I want rather than say, oh no, you're stuck at 1. You can only do 1 task per layout thing. That's pretty cool. In fact, I could have made, like right now, you can see these things. These are not components. This like UI environment, because you couldn't put things of different size inside of it. Whereas now I could have a slot for all of the things. Yeah, that's cool. That's really cool. That'll save me a bunch of time, actually. I wonder if you can make a component out of something with a specific slot configuration. So you can have like variants inside of variants. Probably, huh? Even these lists, like the lists are not components because the components couldn't have subcomponent. They couldn't have lists inside of them. A component with a list, that's really what it was. Like an auto layout is a list. And if an auto layout is a slot now, you can fill that with lists of things. Yeah, this is Figma. That's great. That's going to change my life. Actually, this was happening when I was doing as well the in this document, the production templates that I have. You can see all of these, right? This demo timeline, the schedule. I couldn't have as many like, you know, I couldn't increase or change the amount of like hours in these day templates. I couldn't change the amount of divisions in a month. So like these are components, but like this is not a component unless it's always going to be 4 quarters. Cool. Cool. Even these, like these would share. So they share so much layout, but they can't be one component because again, they have different amounts of stuff inside of them. All right. Well, good to know. I will make sure I use that. So coming back over to here. Yeah. It's time for the stream to end, pals. Unfortunately. I will have to do this in my own time, I suppose. Just keep chipping away at it. And hopefully doing it within the context of the actual game rather than just writing stuff down here. I do need fixed, like, I need a source of truth in the game for where I do all of the things. Like right now the story is broken out. There's like 3 places where chapter 3 story lives. It lives in my synopsis here. That's chapter 3. It lives on its own page as a bunch of conversations that carry out that synopsis. And it lives here in my breakdown. This is the most important thing though. This should be like the thing that I'm looking at as I work through this. Okay. I feel like I should have made it so that the whole outline of the thing is red or yellow or gray based on like which of these toggles it is. So I guess what I'd have to do is take the whole thing and make variants of that, which is fine. It's not a big deal. And then I won't even need these 2 variants because I'll have the slot and the slot can hold the image. All right. I could spend hours. Time to go, pals. I'll see you all on Thursday, two days from now. So no stream tomorrow. If it's not Tuesday for you yet, then I'll see you Wednesday. Let's raid Booyah. See you, pals. Thank you so much for checking out the stream today. If you like this content, please do wishlist Insignia on Steam and support the game. You will be doing me a massive favor if you could do that. And also, consider checking out the demo, which I will be updating as soon as I can. That's the stream. Thank you so much for joining me. As always, I've been Adam. You've been the Pixel Pals. This has been the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Until next time. See ya.